Yeah, seems like all the three outputs are live now. Let's see. Yeah, I will just go and try to check if social stream is working now. One of these should load, right? I have added kick stream in 3 ways, and I'm hoping that one of those would load. Seems like none of those loaded. That is very sad. Yeah, this is not working. This is not working, and this is not working either. Unfortunate. Okay, so at least the Twitch chat is loaded. That's positive. Let's go here and see. Now it should appear. Let's see. Yeah, it has appeared. That's good. It's good. Meanwhile, it should give me the combined chat from the other sources as well. Let me just minimize this. Yeah, I have to remember minimizing it again. So now it should, yeah, it is appearing. You know, if things just work out the way they are intended, very nice to see. Let me be philosophical for a little bit. I wonder if God feels the same way. He sends you down here with a purpose and you just start doing weird things. Yeah, it seems like it's working. Just took a couple of seconds to. And I'll just go to kick and do the same thing. Yeah, it is at least working. So I have found a makeshift way to get all the three chats working. But what else can you do? No? Yeah, let's just get started on what I'm actually supposed to do. What if I just searched it up on YouTube? Google, that is. Yeah, I actually forgot about something. So if I go to stream, yeah, I don't actually remember where the video bitrate, audio bitrate, encoder, recording. I think I am supposed to go to advanced settings. It's only giving me eternity. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, somehow it is scaling it to 720p. Shouldn't be the case. Yeah, I think I have to just fix it the next time. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just going to check out I guess I should try Caster Labs once just to see if it can match up. Combine all these chats into one. It's just very a little bit distracting to pay attention to three of these at once. I guess I can try using Caster Labs now. Yeah, we are just learning how to stream a little bit better today. Hopefully. Oh, okay. That's just whole person. Why would you put your own face as a person as a part of your software? I don't want to watch you when it's loading. Nothing against that. It just seems a little bit unprofessional. Yeah. Okay, let's see now. Yeah, I guess Caster Labs will have to access. Uh, yeah, but where is it opening? Okay. Caster Labs seems like it's doing a lot of problems. Delete chat messages, view channel points, send live stream chat and rooms messages, read the list of VIPs, moderation action, grant or remove the VIP role to users, manage raids, grant or remove moderator role, manage your channel's broadcast configuration, run commercials on a channel. That's a bit confusing, right? Who is running commercials on my channel? Yeah, that's the confusing part. If you're starting to play commercials on my channel, I have no interest in that. I would rather just not use the app. Yeah, I guess meanwhile, I'll what exactly is Trovo? It is just very weird. It's not allowing me to sign in. What do you mean the credentials don't match your records? It should match the records because I am the one who set them, right? Or no? I guess I just have to try a couple of combinations manually. Let me try with the underscore bar first and we'll see what happens. Okay, it's not. Maybe this. Nope. Guess I should try it once with a dash. No, still not working. And it's still not working. Okay, I guess I just have to. I guess I should just go to YouTube and take away the permissions. Go to settings. Not that. See, this is the confusing bit. Where am I supposed to see the permissions and all those things? Yeah, I guess this is the best thing to do for now. Guess I should go and do the same thing from Twitch, because if I it's not able to find out, sorry, if I'm not able to actually log in on Kick, then I don't really need to. Privacy center, I believe. What what is happening here? Okay, no. Yeah, I have to go to settings, I guess. Twitch Turbo, security and privacy. That is just strange. Yeah, I don't exactly have a stream, but meanwhile I can go and check out. Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, now it should be turned on. I don't need even text to speech. I just want to see if it's possible. It's a problem, isn't it? Social stream is unable to just get the audio. None of the options are actually working. No, it's got to work one time or the other. Stop it. Load source. Stop it. Load source. Yeah, the sources simply do not load the chat. That's just sad. What if I just turned it on and let it stop? Activate source, activate source, activate source. One of those sources has got to work, right? It's not like all of them would not be working. If I go to pop out chat, now one of those sources should work. Yeah. Um, Let me not go to OBS. Instead, I have to go to social stream, and I think one of those should work. Let me stop and close the source. Stop, and let me activate the sources again. I think if I go to testing chat software, now it should be, yeah, at least it's coming on to here, but it's not going in the main window where it's supposed to go. guess I should just keep this on. In the meanwhile, sad part is turns out all the four viewers were me. It was just counting my own uh, chat, that is OBS tool, as some Chinese old man is streaming, some kids are streaming. Ladies are streaming. I guess I have to go from high to low. What is this exactly? Oh, it's showing me my own stream. That's actually cool. This man is smoking, is he? It seems like he's smoking. I thought it was just a weird face. Meanwhile, I'll just close it. No, there aren't a lot of viewers when you compare. Um, there are like 7,000 viewers only on. Don't know what Twitch Turbo is. Oh. Yeah, I'll try to switch to 720p. No, 1080p 60 sometime soon. I just forgot to turn it on this time. Yeah, Twitch should have dark theme. Come on, don't use light theme. Privacy, security, connection, channel, videos. It seems like I did have one unique viewer today. That's not bad. One live views, followers, clips. Okay, back to Twitch. What I was trying to do was go to back to Twitch. Yeah, I was just checking what the largest categories on stream, that is Steam, are. Yeah, it's just chatting mostly and some IRL. Oh, quite a bit sleepy. I don't know why that is. Again, this is the problem with uh, just chatting or IRL. Apparently, you can go to low to high in IRL, but not just chatting. Don't know why that is. So if I'm just sitting there and talking, if I'm studying, is that IRL or is that just chatting? I guess studying is not chatting, so it probably fits better into just chatting or something. No, I'm just rambling on because I have nothing else to do at the moment. You created my first backup. Okay, thank you. Dell support. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I can't sleep for a bit. Although if I sleep in the afternoon, then I won't feel sleepy at night. It's not the best. People are playing Path of Exile, Dota, Dead by Daylight. Wow. Marathon only has 52 viewers. I guess I should A lot of people are watching Grand Theft 5. How come? Is the game that interesting to actually play? Sorry, actually watch? It seems like it would be very boring to watch. It's a large game, I should say. I forgot how big GTA 5 was. What was I looking at? This is the confusing thing, right? There are so many editions of every game, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is 3000 rupees. It's 6 times more than Grand Theft Auto 5. That's just weird. Yeah, even Kick is not free of bots. One bot immediately showed up telling me to add them in quick. Sorry, Twitch. Not add them on Twitch, add them on Discord. Come on. Nobody's watching Sekiro. That's surprising. I thought Sekiro or something like Elden Ring would have more viewers just because how prone the game is for getting upset, I'm guessing. It's wrong. Yeah, we were just talking about how people prefer honking loud in India. I don't know if it's the case on over there, even in USA and such, but at least in India, it's a big. People just honk out loud. Oh, YouTube has a lot of viewers, huh? There are nearly 40,000 people are watching some road to 900k stream. I guess that is some kind of movie premiere. That's why there are so many people watching. But I do wish there was a way to sort it by viewers. A lot of people also watch news channels and such over YouTube. Z Business, Srimad Bhagavad Katha. How come it stops at 1.5k? I'm guessing that's exactly why. So, what exactly is YouTube Premium? Background play is possible. Sometimes YouTube randomly gives you the background play idea. Yeah, I should just sit up straight a little bit and continue reading. I just forgot completely that this is the laptop I use for studies and only studies. So I really should stop doing useless things right now and continue to study. Sometimes this scares me that I have to check it multiple times that I'm not accidentally showing my ID or password online. That's the part of streaming your from your personal computer that makes you worry. You know, this is the new laptop now, and no other work is to be done onto it besides actual work. No funny business, no uh, games, no browsing, no YouTube, nothing else. I should just focus on what I'm actually doing instead of. The positive thing about the laptop is. Yeah, I'm so sleepy. I can barely even talk. Yeah, the good thing about having a laptop that actually works is it's just there in the background. You don't have to constantly worry about it if it's working or not. Meanwhile, I should also check out um, Now I have gotten a little boulder on where I am. Boulder, get it? I have gotten boulder. Manage your Google account. No, I just need to sign in from another account. Yeah, I think the None to Run app should be showing me today's workout now. So if I'm running 5 km per hour, it won't be sufficient. The run and walk pace that I'm currently keeping is not enough. I need to be a little bit faster than that. Sometimes these classes and such use a different website, a new website. It updates and then it just falls down. Yeah, I got 54 marks out of 100 and 275 rank out of 1270. It's not the worst, but it can definitely be better. Only part is I'm just very Yeah, okay. I'm just getting very much tempted to watch something on Twitch, but this is exactly what I've been trying to avoid, with the whole get a new laptop, get a new mobile thing. I'm happy with that. Managed to avoid a lot of temptations. I have really been fixed. Wow, I am so sleepy. Yeah, okay. I think I really should continue watching a lecture. Even if I'm sleepy, it would probably go a little bit into my head. That's better than having nothing in your head when the exam comes. I think meanwhile I can actually put PT365 for updated version for print. International relations, art and culture, polity, science and tech. Yeah, science and tech seems fine.
The questions from the topics last class. The link of
I guess meanwhile I should just go and continue to try and um, finish off the science and tech portion. It's better than really doing nothing. Yeah, okay. Should I try to take care of this ancient medieval portion as well meanwhile? Great Delhi Sultanate. Yeah, these are medieval India questions. There are a total of 106 pages. I think 25 pages per week. So I think the first 45 pages should make one portion, and the next. Oh, I think there are definitely more than 93 pages plus. If I start add these are about 7-8 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. So there are about 106 pages in total. So around 53 pages is where I should. One, two, three, four. Yeah, I think Mughals is like the perfect point to start. Yeah, if I look at these two, they're almost equal in size. That's just good. Ispar 01. That's actually a very cool nickname. Not quite sure why there are only 6 pages of questions on Indo-Islamic culture, because that generally seems like a very big topic. But it's not a very interesting topic to begin with, so nobody's really complaining. Okay, I do feel a little bit more awake now. I will, let me just say, yeah, this is a bit loud. It's going to be a bit loud. I'm hoping there are no viewers at the moment. If you are free to complain in the chat. Complain in the chat about how it's too loud. I'm not trying to annoy you on purpose. I'm just trying to put these papers together, get them stapled, be a bit more organized than I usually am. Yeah, but to actually staple these papers, I'm going to need this magical device called as a stapler. It doesn't seem visible here at the moment. So give me a sec, I'll be back. I don't know what yoga shift means, but you can generally guess that all these translations and such did take place during the time of Akbar, because Akbar was a more comparatively liberal ruler. These are 46 pages. I think problem of being too organized by the people who have given me these notes. They have put in like 30 pages of index at the start of polity lectures. I appreciate how much effort they are putting in, but sometimes it gets a little bit too much. These actually do seem to be very well researched. I can't really complain about that. I think meanwhile I should sit down and solve all the modern history questions, because at the end of the day that's what the quiz is tomorrow. I really wish I had attended the polity session. It's very irritating that I missed it. I was literally sitting at the laptop and 12:15 I suddenly remembered that I have missed the session. Okay. So I think there are 500 or so questions that I can actually solve. It's a big number. I should be able to have a lot of basics clear through just doing the questions. What I can do is I'll just make one separate note for each of these main topics, and according to it, I actually just enjoy watching the ancient medieval portion because that is the easiest one for me. So maybe I should just focus on that for now. Sorry about that. Again, I do understand that it's a bit loud. That's not what I'm trying to do, because it's just putting these papers together requires banging them on the table. So yeah, again, like how many pages of index is there? Look at it. Look at this. I think it's just 15 pages worth of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 18 pages of just 95 plus 18, right? How many is that? I guess it's 113. Is it? Yeah, 113 it seems right. So my first half should contain about 55 pages. So if I add 18 to 55, yeah, I think Maurya is where I should make that split. Sorry, again, it was not intended. The harm caused to your ears, if anyone is among the viewers, it is not intended. Oh no. Yeah, I guess that is fine. It would be very funny if what's his name? I forgot the person's name. Currently preparing for IIT JEE exams. So he always shows up somehow when I'm doing biotechnology. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? What? That is entirely random. I don't remember opening this tab. Is that normal? I really hope you are not listening to you are not able to hear the annoying drilling sound that is in the background. Not very happy about that. But what can you do? Okay. So I am a little bit tempted on just doing the modern Indian history questions. That seems like something interesting to do at least. And yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Because at the end of the day, static is also important, you know. So what I'm trying to do is these are policy questions. Yeah, that's the positive thing. You can sit down, relax, and do some questions. Starts from later Mughals and comes in arrival of Europeans, response, tribal uprisings, revolts. Yeah, okay, let me just start with later Mughals and such. Topic was a little bit easy from what I remember. It's funny how this is like a thick document, but the first 30 pages or so, it's just like a very detailed index that they have given. Yeah, they are starting to ask questions on. These local kingdoms that are actually difficult to remember because there were too many local kingdoms, and but I guess the major theme here is Portuguese. It's not really about all these rulers. Yeah, he ruled Gujarat 1526 to 37, known for surrendering Port of Diu, Nino da Cunha. Yeah, this one I know. He was the third Portuguese who Cochin to Goa, Nino da Cunha. You know, one of the things that I actually think about is I should actually know where Cochin is located. I think I already know where it is, but just the exact location would be. It's a lot towards the south. Cochin is located on the western coast of India. It is So the basic idea here is Cochin is a place where it was originally Portuguese capital was there. I wonder if there are any Portuguese people in the chat. This was shifted to Goa. So who exactly was Bahadur Shah I? Bahadur Shah I 1526 to 37. So see, the interesting thing here is there was a Gujarat Sultanate. You actually read history for years and you don't even know that the Sultanate existed. Mahmud Begarha is another person who's I might expect a question. I can expect a question because you know what, I have to admit that this question is not actually on. It's a question about Portuguese in India. So, and the lesson here to learn is Portuguese are important. So basically, the thing here to remember is if they are to ask a question, this will probably be it. Where Bahadur Shah and what's his face, Humayun, these were contemporaries. They fought each other. He lost. All these things they can ask. And he was actually killed by Portuguese on a ship. Yeah, the guy just died. Yeah, when I read these questions, I feel a little bit disappointed in everything because I have read these chapters in a lot of detail before, but seems like I'm entirely blank on those. Which one was Arcot again? Which one was Hyderabad? There was Arcot, there was Hyderabad, there was Carnatic, I think. Um, Sad that when you have things in your notes and you're still unable to answer some questions. Arcot. Ah, okay. Arcot and Carnatic are the same thing. And the important thing to remember here is Northern Sarkars is here. Yeah, Travancore is there, that is a separate thing, and Arcot is there, which is a separate thing. This just confuses me even more. Where has it been marked exactly? Territory, Northern Sarkars, Mysore, Travancore. No, really, where exactly is? I do know that Northern Sarkars are here. So I should be looking in the. Oh, okay. Just a part of the Carnatic. That's the weird part. So Carnatic is basically Arcot and Carnatic are the same thing. That's what's got me all confused. And Carnatic again is not same as Karnataka. It's portion of Tamil Nadu. Somewhere here. Arcot, Jinji, this region. A lot of teachers even are confused on what exactly the Carnatic is. That's why it's called as Carnatic Wars and not Karnataka Wars. So basically, what am I supposed to know here? Nizamat of Arcot emerged out of Hyderabad state? Not necessarily, I guess. Mysore kingdom emerged out of Vijayanagar empire. That I know. Mysore I have already seen. I should actually know where exactly Mysore is. I know it's in Karnataka. What's it? Mysore. I really hope Agoni's wrath fell asleep. Uh, Rohila Khand, I believe, is definitely did not emerge out of that. Yeah, third is wrong, first is wrong. The answer is C. Rohila Khand region is on northern UP. That is something I can understand. Almost Uttarakhand region. It's sad that Rukia is not here, or I would have just told him, see, this Rohilakand region is your own southern neighbors. Yeah, the basic idea is it was definitely not carved out of Ahmad Durrani's territory because they were already existing and they actually had offered to help him invade India. I mean, they were both Afghans, right? So it makes sense for them to work together. But yeah. Shah Dure Duran. That was his name, and he changed the name of his tribe to Durrani. Durrani, I believe. Katara, Jaipur, Sambalpur, 1849, Bhagat, 1850, Udaipur, 1852, Jhansi, 53, Nagpur, 54, Turi and Arkut, 1855. So Battle of Vandivash was 1860, I believe. Battle of Buxar was 64. Battle of Amber, I don't know. Battle of Plassey is 57. If you go by chronological sequence, Plassey has to be before Buxar. At least this option is wrong. Plassey and Buxar, Battle of Buxar, Battle of Amber, Vandivash, Battle of Plassey. So this option is also wrong. 1 and 3. So Battle of Buxar 64 is fine, and I believe Battle of Vandivash has to be after Battle of Buxar. Yeah, so B is the answer. 1760, yeah, I have had it correct. 1757 is Plassey, 1760 is Amber, Bandiwash. It's considered the turning point of Anglo-French. Not turning point, it's considered the culmination of French rivalry, where French ambition was crushed by the British, and finally British emerged as the next ruler, that is, the main European contender to rule India for nearly 200 years since then, from 1860 to nearly 1960 as well. So that the foundation was laid down in that battle. Again, it's a bit loud sometimes. The Battle of Amber is the only one that I don't actually recognize, but Battle of Amber apparently is the first major battle of the Second Carnatic War. So Battle of Plassey is considered the turning point of entire history, not just India. First British. Yeah, basically it was a coup, and people were saying that British took the fight by trickery and not really in a war. So there was a Battle of Buxar where British again uh, yeah, I can see Mary Smith is trying to get into the Discord. I will try to stream manager. I think I have to go and edit the I actually remember doing this once before. Connect your teacher account to your discount. Yeah, I think he or she is getting some kind of error. So let me try to solve that. Be the tech support. Hello, hello. Let me just delete the bot message. I can't delete the. Oh, I can actually delete it from here. That is very nice. Awesome. These two tools do make your life easier. That's a positive thing. Yeah, I can moderate my own channel now. Improvement. First answer is definitely wrong because it was Babar Ibrahim Lodi was the first one. Second was Akbar and Himu. Third one was Ahmad Shah Abdali. Tipu Sultan was killed in Third Anglo-Mysore War. No, it was fourth. What exactly they are doing? They are changing who fought who. They are changing which battle. Yeah, that was a call, as you would have probably guessed, considering the phone was touching my ear. I hope you are smart enough to figure that out. Yeah, Mary Smith is now not responding. That's just sad. Uh, Third Anglo-Mysore War was 1790-92 King of Mysore. Yeah, I'm just going to go and get some juice and be right back. Yeah, again, it's all over the same thing. Even in the Battle of Plassey, there were some oligarchs who were not happy about how their um wealth was no longer secure under the Nawab, so they conspired with people to conspired with the British and 2004 they actually asked several questions. Um, yeah, the first Anglo-Maratha War stopped with the Treaty of Salwai. That is something I remember. I should actually remember that. I semi remember that. Then third Mysore, but that's the problem with these exams like this. You have to be very sure on each of the points that you actually have studied. That's when you can crack these exams. It's a game of confidence. I don't actually know what Tenasirim is. I should probably check that out. So where exactly is Kachar?
हेलो प्यारे दोस्तों कैसे हैं आप सिलचार जो कि ये
Chachar. Currently it's called a Chachar. Yeah, I think that's now the Alienware fan has started being a little bit loud. That's how things start.
Assam Chief Minister
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried on what's going to happen. I'm trying to send a message to Mary Smith now. They have been talking to me for a while. They want me to talk to them on Discord. A little bit worried that that might end getting DDoSed or something like that. I don't think that it should be a problem of letting go of, having my IP tracked or something like that. Even that is fine because I'm not really worried about any of it. Sorry about the ambulance noise in the background. There is a hospital close by. Sometimes you can just guess which one they are going to give, right? It was not Ali Mardan Khan, it was Murshid Quli Khan who actually introduced the system of revenue. So revenue farming is basically you go to some district and you get collect tax from those people and get 1/10 of the price for your uh, troubles, efforts, whatever you want to call it. It seems like it. What's the hi? Anio Taku? Is that your name? I'm assuming it has to do something with anime and your general love for it. Yeah, I am Indian. Are you Indian as well? From Western India. But I can be more specific if you are actually Indian, so you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. I'm from Maharashtra. Yeah, I don't want to scare off a foreigner by just saying Maharashtra. Sounds like a very complicated name. A lot of people from Kerala are showing up on the stream. I think you're the third person I have seen from Kerala. Currently studying modern history. Oh, somebody followed. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the follow. Noise really scares me every time it shows up on the screen. Oh, I was an engineer, but currently I'm studying for UPSC Forest Services exam. Oh, okay. Nice. The JE race should start for you now. I think all the three, four people that have shown up from India are all in the same age group as you are, 10th, 11th, 12th. One of them is searching for a school, another one is already in classes, and now you are saying you're in 11th class, so makes sense. Yeah. So, are you in Kota or just doing coaching at your hometown? You know, it just sounds very opposite. No, I'm not a CBSE graduate. I was in state board. It really goes the opposite way. Back when I was in college, they would say, "Just come to college. Why are you doing coaching?" They would try to keep us in college instead of forcing us to join a coaching. Nice. I have heard that it's actually a good board, but when it comes to these JE or bits or exams like those, then apparently CBSE gives a little bit of advantage. Yeah, I'm, I would expect that. I'm actually studying from book. can see it on the screen, hopefully. The web is just there to do any extra research if required. For UPSC, general knowledge and overall just general facts on the issues are very important. So it's nice to have internet with you whenever required. Yeah, I have never used Turbo AI. I use ChatGPT. If the two are similar, I don't know. It's Turbo AI and Google Gemini, the live talking app that they have. Those two I have used. Yeah, I did. It has been quite a few years. I finished college, then decided the job wasn't for me, software sector and all those. Tried doing UPSC, now I got stuck in that cycle. Hopefully, I will be out this year. Yeah, government posts, right? Let's just say collector or IPS, that is police, or forest services that I'm preparing for, or even revenue, that is tax collector. All those people jobs are filled through the UPSC exam. I'm currently hoping for the DFO, District Forest Officer job. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Best of luck for the JE as well. I hope you're somewhere in Kota, or if you're really serious, you can go and try over there. Personally, I didn't go, and I think that was a mistake. That's why I'm just letting you know. It also depends on how serious or how driven you are, because a lot of people go there and just spend their time playing games and such. If you are at risk of that, then just stay at home. Uh, like today or general, I have been streaming for exactly 28 days now. My plan is to stream every day for the next, let's just say, 30 days before the exam. It's just a way to stay consistent in terms of studies and everything. If you're interested, I can give you more of the story. Oh, I think you would be surprised to know I actually support that, because let's just say if you pass them, what exactly are they going to do in the next grade? We have a lot of engineers who should not even be engineers in the country, just because you just keep passing people year after year. I wish the whole process was a little slower. Sorry, little smaller in terms of time frame. If you fail, just stop there and find a job or something like that. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you because you're still in that process, but I'm just talking from an outside perspective. You can disagree, there is no problem. Students got A plus because they made it strict. I guess they studied harder. Is that what you're trying to say? Or did you just say the states gave them A plus just to help them pass? Maybe that's what you meant. I hope you're typing an answer, but meanwhile, I'm just speculating about these things. Uh, yeah, I will be back in 1 minute or so. Just you're typing, go on. I will answer you just when I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. So if you are still there, you can answer. Otherwise, it's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to talk out loud regarding what I'm reading at the moment, just to stay focused. Each of the following prayers is not correctly matched. I think William Hawkins and Sir Thomas Rope both came to Jahangir's court. I think in Akbar's case, there was no British man visiting. Aurangzeb Niccolo Manucci, that is correct. He also went down and visited King Shivaji, or Shivaji Maharaj as it is known in South. Then Jean Baptiste Tavernier came to Shah Jahan's court, is that correct? I don't know. That one I don't know. I do know Tavernier is famous for his Tavernier blue or the diamond. Shah Jahan Aurangzeb, yeah. His account covers the reign of Niccolo Manucci was an Italian traveler. Thomas Rowe, Jean Baptiste Tavernier was French. William Hawkins, William Hawkins, I believe, visited William Hawkins and Captain Hawkins. Yeah, Captain William Hawkins and Thomas Rowe, both of them visited Jahangir. Shah Jahan and Jahanara Begum. I believe Jahanara is the one who was known as Nurjan, right? Or not? No, I think Nur Jahan was his father's wife. Nur Jahan. I'm getting confused. Yeah, Jahangir's wife is Nur Jahan and Shah Jahan's wife is Jahanara. No, Shah Jahan's daughter is Jahanara Begum. I'm just confusing all the relations here. Then who was Shah Jahan's wife? Mumtaz Mahal. Yes, I should really know. Wow, Izun Nisa. Yeah, apparently Izun Nisa Begum was the most beautiful wife Shah Jahan had. yeah, if the portrait does it justice, I can understand. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, Shah Jahan daughter is Mumtaz Mahal. Sorry, wife is Mumtaz Mahal, daughter is Jahanara, and Jahangir, his wife is Nur Jahan. Yeah. Then Akbar was the third Mughal emperor. Yeah, people really dislike Aurangzeb, but I have to admit that he had an incredible rule. He ruled India for a period of 49 years. That is just imagine becoming a king somewhere around 20s, 30s, and ruling on all the way till you're 80. See, this is a bit weird. Capital of Kingdom of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Kapurthala, Patiala, Amritsar, Lahore. Lahore was the capital. Yeah, this is a bit of a trick question. I guess people would not expect Lahore to be a part of India during that time. But yeah, Maharaja Ranjit Singh actually. If you look at the current map, then almost all of northern Pakistan was ruled by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Almost more than half of northern Pakistan. So that's why people don't really expect Lahore to be his capital. So his capital was Lahore. The key here is you should know about Ranjit Singh. His time period was 1780 to 1839. His capital was Lahore. They have asked this before. I don't know what Harmandir Sahib is, but apparently he is the one who rebuilt it. He built the Khalsa army. See, this is an interesting way of phrasing it. Punjab was self-sufficient in all of their armors and such, but they probably did utilize Westerners in the army as well. But in 39 is his death. May he rest in peace. I'm not quite sure why this is given in the, just based on where it is given, I can guess that. Sepoy is in Kanpur. Kanpur, I believe, General Bakht Khan, was it? Kunwar Singh. Nana Sahib. Oh, okay. Nana Sahib is the one who. Bihar is where Kunwar Singh was active. Tatya Tope was active. First battle of Panipat is, I believe, 1526. Second battle of Tarain is 1193. So the B, A, and C would be the answer. Port of Surat is where the first factory was. Okay, so that takes care of. Yeah, I guess the first portion is actually done. Thankfully, I am happy with that. This is the problem of AC. If it's on, it's too cold. If it's not on, then it's too hot. Don't know how it even works. Supposed to be there should be a point where it's in the middle, right? Yeah, meanwhile, I should be able to just check if the chat is working or not. No, I think I don't need to do that anymore because it seems to be working fine. I'm just being a little bit paranoid unnecessarily because sometimes it just stops working. Uh, so it has been nearly how much time? Nearly 2.5 hours since I'm studying, and I have finished like one topic out of 30, out of 16. It's not the worst. It can be a bit better, but still. I just remember that my own notes of modern Indian history were very, very good. When you compare it to a lot of notes that are currently available in market. Okay, that takes care of. Alright, I will be back in, let's just say, 30 seconds or so, maybe 1 minute. I did finish the chapter, so I should go up, walk around a little bit. That's the point. That's the plan. Me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Uh, Not sure if you are going to talk, but yeah, I will stay. If you want to say something, I will wait for a bit, then I can come back later on. Let me know if you're a real person because sometimes bots just follow me and that confuses me a little bit. Yeah, apparently. Hello, welcome. Yeah, currently I'm studying modern Indian history, just all those topics, colonialism and all that. Where are you from? Yeah, it is deep, but I'm only studying the basics. That much depth is not required for us. Just surface level knowledge is generally sufficient. Yeah, I'm from India. That's why I'm studying modern Indian history. Yeah, we only study, for example, Vietnam regarding Vietnam War in world history. That's about it. And in economy, we learn that Vietnam's economy is growing rapidly. So I'm just letting you know the depth that is required. No, I have an exam in nearly 40 days now. That's what I'm studying for. I would like to learn for fun, but that instinct just goes away when the exam is over. At that time, I just relax. Then I realize the holidays are over and now I need to study for the exam again. No, I finished my college. Now this is a exam for government posts basically. Preparing for a forest services job. Well, not necessarily. Most people do get placed directly through college, But government services are not dealt that way. They take their own exams, and if you clear that, then you get the post. Open competition type of exam. I think Vietnam should have something similar, right? Yeah, I'm preparing exactly for a government job. That's why. Forest services. You basically have to ensure that nobody damages the forest. Any projects that require your approval, and generally just conserving biodiversity and all those things. Taking care of people who live in the forest. We do have some tribal people as well. So just ensuring the development continues, but it's sustainable. And fight wildfire if required. Thanks, man. I'll do my best. That's why the stream is there. Try to show up every day and study, at least till the exam ends. So, what are you doing these days? Are you in college, or are you still in school, or are you on a job? Those are the three options. Oh, nice. You don't really realize it, but the times in college are actually very wonderful when you look at them in hindsight. I hope you are enjoying your days and studying sufficiently. Yeah, that was the case with a lot of people. At least in India, when you are when you start school, the basic idea is to become an engineer or a doctor. Then you figure out what your career goals are. I think it's similar in a lot of Asian countries. So, are you unsure regarding what you want to do, or is it just the job crisis in Vietnam, or anything else? Yep, I actually didn't know all these government posts and all those existed while I was in college. Then I realized, oh, this is actually good. I should prepare for all these things. Once, when we were returning home from college, our taxi driver was also an engineer. That is just, we decided it's just pays better when you drive a taxi than do an engineer's job. That's half true. At least here, drivers can at least make a living. It's not that the drivers are highly paid here, it's just the engineer is, as a label, it's so cheap that lower tier engineers don't get paid as much as drivers even. So at some point, it's like it's better to be a more high end driver than a low end engineer. Yeah, the only problem with that logic is just social respect is not there, right? If you're an engineer, people think you're smart or respectable, but a driver doesn't get that. In simpler words, it's difficult to get married as a driver compared to an engineer. Yeah, the idea is usually the talented kids become engineer. That's just gets carried on. I think a lot of things, engineer just has better potential in the future. That's what they think. Yeah, driver's salary is probably not going to increase, but if an engineer gets a better job in the future, let's say they get hired by a better company, then their future might change. Well, Indian history actually comprises of the whole portion, all the way from, let's just say, 2000, 4000 years ago to current. But right now, I'm doing modern India, that is the 1750s to current. I would actually say ancient or medieval India. Actually, ancient India is the most interesting one, but the dates and everything is not properly researched. So it gets very irritating when you every time you open a book, they give you a different date for the same event. Yeah, there are a lot. But anywhere there is a test based system, there are going to be a lot of cram schools. The same thing everybody else learns, like history, geography, economy, polity. But the main thing you get from a cram school is just a little bit of edge over everybody else. That's the idea. Doesn't always hold true, but parents would rather give you that opportunity. But even more than cram schools, I think the point here is there are a lot of private coaching classes. Yeah, everybody does, but it's just something people have to go through just to get that advantage. Yeah, it's the point is you're supposed to be getting into a good college. If you get there, then it's good, or otherwise it's just useless. Again, it's not something necessary, but it's just the tag you get, right? For example, if you attend a high end prep school for Harvard and you actually get into Harvard, then all lifelong you get that tag that this person has a Harvard degree. That's all. It's not even necessary that everybody who goes to Harvard is great, and but people value those tags. Yep. I don't know if you have heard of the movie. There is a movie called as English to English. English and then a V, basically. Just it's about a housewife who is disrespected at her home because she cannot speak English. Well, yeah, it's our official language, though not a lot of people actually speak it when general conversation. We do have like 22 different official languages. English is one because it's spoken all over the country. The problem is we tried to get one of our own languages as the official, but nobody else agreed to it. The South Indian states didn't want to speak North Indian languages. Northern states had no interest in learning the Southern languages. We just stuck to English. Again, it's the same problem, right? If you choose any other language, then the people from that area are going to get advantage in terms of preparation, in terms of resources, everything. Yong, welcome to the stream. Mr. Me here is your fellow Southeast Asian. He's from Vietnam. It has been fine. I didn't spend the weekend very well, but now I'm back to studying. Yeah, Yong is from Philippines, so yeah, you guys are very close. Comparatively, of course. How has your day been, by the way? I didn't ask. Nice. So, figured out any solution to the humidity and heat? Like, yeah, I predicted what you're going to say. No, that's okay. I'm solving questions. History questions you can solve while talking. History is not, it doesn't require that much thought or effort. If it's like economics or even maths or CSAT, that is aptitude, then I would say I would not actually answer you. And since the morning, I think you're like the second person to show up who talked more than one sentence. So I can manage that much. It stops me from being completely bored as well. See, I don't have to worry about limiting my chat because only one or two people show up. Pro streamers hate me for revealing this trick. Yeah, that's fine. I can keep up, no problems. Meanwhile, I can tell you something that I always find hilarious. Basically, British were trying to take over the kingdoms of smaller kingdoms of India, and they were looking for an excuse. And usually, their excuse was the ruler didn't have a child or something like that. But Awadh is one of the kingdoms where the ruler had many children. So what they did is they looked at his hobbies, and he really liked dancing. Dancing, he liked watching dances, and they said this man is mentally imbalanced. How can a man like dancing that much? And they took over his kingdom. Yeah. So when we study him in art culture classes, we do see that he has a lot of contributions. But when you see in modern history, you always remember that story. They would have used some other excuse to take over the kingdom anyway, but that's just perfect. I think Vietnam was under French rule, right? Whole Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, all that region was under French, if I recall correctly. Yep. We did have the French over here as well, but they were not successful at all. First of all, they came like 70 years late, 64-year late compared to the British, and they went to a wrong area. British took over the rich region, and French went to the poorer region, so they just couldn't keep up. Yeah. From what I have heard, generally though, French rule was not as bad for the colonies as British and mainly Portuguese rule was. So maybe it's bad luck for us. Just 1 minute, I will be back. Yeah, but the first half of modern history is just like this. There were some regional kingdoms who all successively lost to, in succession, lost to British, and then we see how British destroyed the region. Yeah, I guess that's going to be just a difference in, I mean, who is writing the history. But they came in around 1750, that is, really became a contender for the top power and stayed around 1950, so around 200 years. Yeah, that's a bit smaller then. But you can also say that the British rule really started around, yeah, 150 years at least you can say British were here. So basically, what happened is there was a central empire, a very large central empire, and it was declining. There were some smaller powers taking its place. British took over slowly, one by one. It took them around 50 years to consolidate. So you can ignore the first 50 years, maybe. Let's say 150 years they stayed. French is somehow a very nice language to listen to. They have very unique pronunciations for everything. But the spellings are a nightmare. You have no idea what to write when you listen. Yeah, I think a lot of these countries, that is India and the newly independent countries, were protesting against the war. Didn't really stop USA, but still. Yeah, English is easier to learn from what I've seen. It's still irritating to learn though because you spell something and you pronounce it in some different way. I was talking to one viewer that showed up recently. He was learning some, I can't remember the name of the language, but it's a new language developed entirely just to ensure that everybody has a neutral language to learn. He was saying that Mandarin is actually easier to learn than people give it credit. But generally, from what I have heard, the Chinese languages are much harder to learn. They have like 10 sets of alphabets, right? That is 10 alphabets, that is. Oh, nice. Did you just learn that out of interest or was it a part of your school or something? But yeah, from what I have generally heard, Mandarin is the hardest language to learn out of the mainstream languages, that is. Okay, that's a difficult interest to have. So, just out of curiosity, do you watch any Chinese movies or such in their now native language? Yeah, Sasgas 1 or Agastya Kapadia. I do notice you. You are there. It's just maybe just took a little bit time. You can probably see it on the screen, right? The YouTube somehow doesn't show me the first message. Yeah, I just saw your message for the first time right now. I have been trying to fix it, but it shows. Yeah. How come you're not on Twitch these days? I always see you on YouTube. You can use any of the channels, but I'm just asking. I feel like that goes for basically all the movies these days. I can say the same thing for Indian movies or even uh, Hollywood movies. I only watch the classics these days. Yeah, YouTube definitely has more content. But I don't know, do live streams are YouTube, are they any good? The only time I have heard about YouTube live streaming generally is some X person is leaving Twitch for YouTube, then they come back after a year or so. That's all. At least in terms of gaming, I think Twitch had the largest fan base. But definitely in terms of videos, there is no contest. Yeah, I give out my real name to you in some DM or something. Not that I mind, it's just because you already see my face. I'm just making to hoping it would be less easy for people to track me down if required. Okay. So did I pass or did I fail? Yeah, that's actually right. After using Discord for a bit, I realized emotes are nice. Nice, I'm passing at least something. So you have given me a Twitch username, you have given me a YouTube name, which you insist isn't your real name, and now you have given me a fake name. But yeah, me, that's right. Uh, Emotes really help your Twitch experience. Actually, I was on Discord for a bit just to talk to people, and I realized how much they add to your conversation. Yes, the reactions you get on Discord are a reason to go there sometimes. So, should I be calling you Agastya or should I be calling you? Yeah, it's just to talk to your friends if they are on Discord already. It's not like YouTube. There is no uh, there is no content there. It's just a like WhatsApp. If you use WhatsApp, but it's just a bit faster and more options there to use. Usually, we used to use Discord if we were playing some games and needed voice support, that is, audio chat or something like that, because it's easier to coordinate over audio chat, right? But I think nowadays most games already support audio chat. It's just the game we used to play was Age of Empires. It's like very old, so there is no audio support. There is nothing. Yeah, just a knock on the door. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just going to talk about what I'm reading since there is nothing to in the chat so far. So they do ask us questions. Some questions are factual, some questions are a little bit analytical, like why did the British Indian Company succeed in trade? The answer is not really their quality of merchandise or government backing, it's just the naval superiority. They defeated the Portuguese over the oceans, and there was really no real competitor that could keep up in terms of naval power. This is the cool part about live streaming these things. You never really know if somebody is watching or not. I actually remember in one of my early live streams, I was just studying, talking about random things, even about studies for like 2 hours. And I just said that nobody in the stream showed up today, and I'm closing the stream for now. Good night, and these things, right? And one guy suddenly showed up and wished me good night back. I think he was lurking during the remaining stream. That's just funny. Caught me by quite a surprise. But yeah, that's the problem with things like YouTube, which somehow just cut off the first message. So you have to go and check what if what they're doing is if they're giving you the necessary messages or not. Yeah. Meanwhile, let me just continue studying all the questions through 1980s. So now 1979 is where I started, and I have to study all the questions till 2024. Fair enough, we can do that. One of the things I have always expected a question on is there were five Shahis, that basically five small kingdoms that the great empire of the great empire whose name I cannot remember. Yeah, the Bahmani Sultanates. The great empire of Bahmani broke down into five smaller kingdoms. That is, they were very large, larger than a lot of countries today. But they have never asked what the names of the kingdoms were or their capitals. It seems like a very, very easy question to frame as well as ask. If this is what 30 degrees, I run AC at 29 or 30 degrees and it's still too cold for me. If this is what 29 degrees seems like, then I wonder how much colder it would be at 17, 18 degrees. That really shouldn't be happening, because maybe there is some fault with the AC system. It's just giving me cold air. Yeah, I think it is 5 o'clock. I should go for a walk quickly. It is 5 o'clock. I should go for a walk. That kind of rhymes. I should pursue a career in rapping. If they all didn't keep dying of overdose or getting shot, then that seems like an appealing job. If anybody has seen Cheers, the character coach in that, the whole first three seasons is amazing. It's just so fun to listen to him blunder about all the things. In Bible, there is a book of Job that shows a lot of trials and tribulations in life, but so one character, that is Cliff, tells another to remember that there are trials in life as seen in Job. That is, remember Job. And the coach tries to correct him later on, like the word is pronounced job. That's something that always comes to my mind whenever someone mentions the word job. Yeah, see, this is the good thing, that if you revise these questions a few times, you are able to answer some questions again. For example, Thomas Roe came during the period of Jahangir, so 1613. Captain Hawkins and Thomas Roe both came during 1610s. When Tavernier, I believe he came during Aurangzeb's rule, so that is much later on, of course. And that leaves Rudolf Aquaviva. I don't know who Rudolf Aquaviva is. It really seems like a name from some game or something. So Rudolf Aquaviva is apparently came during. Don't know who visited. When did he visit? I really should check him out because I have no idea who this person is. I think what I should be doing is open this window in incognito. Incognito. Is that how the word is pronounced? Rudolf Aquaviva. Seems like a nice person. Doesn't seem evil. Apparently, he was a missionary. Look at this guy. He could not be an evil guy. Seems like a nice person generally. The blessed Rodolfo Aquaviva. Apparently, he's an ancestor of Max Blessed Holloway. When the Portuguese arrived in India, I'm kind of hungry a little bit today because I didn't eat as much as I regularly do. Not sure why. Yeah, I was a little bit late to eat in the morning, then I didn't eat enough in the afternoon, and now I'm hungry. That's unfortunate, but let's see. I'm actually enjoying solving these questions because a lot of them I can actually answer. So I'm on the right track. You feel like you feel good about it. Mr. Aquaviva. There is a Rodolfo Vieira who is a very famous mixed martial artist. I think he's a multiple times Jiu-Jitsu world champion, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion that is, but he has not been very great in UFC so far. I think he even got very tired and rocked and submitted. That's just sad. I can't imagine feeling like you're the world champion and you just get tired and submitted by some mid-caliber fighter in UFC. I should really know which port is Calicut, the exact location of Calicut. I think I just checked it out, but still. So Calicut is now called as Kozhikode. or Kozhikode as the local people called it. Somewhere just north of the middle. Yeah, apparently they are the same city. Good. Clark Kent is Superman. So Portuguese came to India in 1498. Vasco da Gama. Oh, sorry about that. Vasco da Gama came to India in 1498 at the port of Calicut. The Calicut that is shown on the map right now. Then they met local rulers, that is Zamorin rulers. Then they wanted to monopolize the trade, especially starve out Arabs out of that profitable region. Then opening the rule began and lasted. They came. The rule started in 1505 and lasted in 1961. A little impact outside the acquired territories. So the first port where they established factories. Calicut, Cochin, Calicut, Cananur. Then Francisco de Almeida came to India. He wanted to destroy the Muslim trade and adopted the blue water policy, where he would just control the navy. Then Alfonso Albuquerque in 1510 he captured Goa. In 30 Goa was Portuguese capital by Nino da Cunha. All these things I already know. He did abolish sati. Then 1559 they captured the okay, 1559 is when the Manandi was captured. 1661, I believe it is. What is the key event of 1660s? What was going on in 1660s? I believe it was the time of Akbar. No, Akbar was much earlier. 1630, 1660. Yeah, I think it was the time where Aurangzeb's early years, basically. Dutch and the English, they ousted the Portuguese from the entire Malabar coast. So basically, English and the Dutch people took out the. (1961) is where India took back Goa. I believe that is called as Operation Vijay. Yeah, Operation Vijay. That's the name of the. That actually does look kind of cool. Classic, very classic history. Vintage, if you ask. I don't think USA was happy about it. Oh, sorry. Stream overlays TV. I just noticed your message in the chat. Sorry about not answering you earlier. That's the problem with not keeping the stream online. Sorry, not having a chat with audio alerts. Yeah, I do really mean them good luck. I understand a lot of people are trying to make a living on Twitch or these streams, but at the moment I cannot really spend any time or money trying all these things out. You exported spices, black pepper, and imported gold. See, this is the interesting question. They can actually ask if grape was native to India. No, walnut is not native. Sorry, almond is not native. Walnut is not native. Karsa, one of the earliest coins, is of Persian origin. See, these are the topics that I don't know a lot about. The Persian ports like Hormuz, Bandar Abbas, Basra, Bahrain, Muscat were frequented by. Al Basra, I believe, is still Bahrain, Muscat. These ports are actually important. All of these are ports in Middle East. Then Arabs. Rise of the Umayyad dynasty in 1760 and the Abbasid dynasty. Abbasids were a very large caliphate apparently from 750 to 1258 were Arabian Peninsula. Dutch, English, okay. That takes care of this question as well. So now I'm in the 1990s in terms of questions. So the first challenge that Portuguese got was under from the Arabs. I kind of want to understand the history of Middle East a little bit better because that seems like there will be a lot of fun history to read in that. Yeah, I'm not sure who my second viewer is in terms of kick. Maybe it's just counting me twice, but still, if you are listening to me, welcome to the stream. That's all I can say at the moment. Yeah, 1661 again comes up, but it was just a dowry price for marrying one's daughter, that person's daughter. They give you a city. That is awesome. That is currently our capital. It was the dowry from Portuguese to British. Queen Catherine of Bragans. Portuguese Princess Catherine married the king. I believe it was King Charles II married the Portuguese princess, and he got a dowry of the whole country plus some 500,000 pounds of the time, basically like millions today. Tangier of Morocco and a right of free trade with Portuguese colonies. Okay, Portuguese invasion of India that is explained in 1991. Okay, that I will continue on. Time to go to 1994. Yeah, I will be back in 2 minutes if hopefully nobody will come in during that time. But just give me 2 minutes. I have to go get a drink of water. Yeah, I think it's just double counting me. But meanwhile, I realized that I can just drink water here instead of. There is nothing to eat at the moment. I mean, there is some stuff I can eat, but it's not healthy, so to speak. Just for once, I wish some normal people would show up on Kick. It's fine, but today there were a lot of good people that actually showed up and talked. That's actually nice too. A very nice change compared to usual. Only person that hasn't really shown up today is Agonis Vrath. I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's sleeping well. Now, I think what I'll do is I will complete this portion and then I will go get the Microsoft Office or 365 installed. Only cotton mill actually first was set up at 1818 only. Cement factory was established somewhere in. Okay, no, it's actually there were two viewers, but now there are none. I might have scared them off with the way I was talking regarding viewers. Yeah, the delay can get very weird. I can see myself talking, then I stop talking, and that's when the microphone spikes. It's just a very weird thing to see. So this is the thing. Cotton is definitely going to be one of the older industries. So it's 1818, I believe, at the time. Yeah, right when the Maratha Empire fell, the first cotton gin was established in Kolkata. Cotton mill, that is. Then manufacture of machine-made paper, 1870. I believe that's when the railway line expansion was taking place. And cement factories, 1904. I believe this was during the Swadeshi movement. Yeah, that takes care of all the three. I think this is an important question because that's not something they ask usually, and they can repeat it. So, okay, if you go to the first to start a joint stock company to trade with India, I believe it's going to be British themselves. It have to be the British side. No, it's Dutch. Tranquebar, I believe, is the Dutch settlement. So first came the Portuguese, 1498. Then came the Dutch, 1625. Then, 1605. It is the world's first initial public offering. It is the first time shares were issued. The first factory founded by Dutch in India was Machilipatnam. Okay. I believe it was the Danes that set up the factories at Tranquebar. Again, I seem to have another viewer. It's nice to see you. Assuming you are a real person, it's nice to have you here. Do step by, say hello, or you can lurk if that's what you prefer. That's fine by me. So, yeah, I am just doing modern India and noting in what sequence the Europeans came to India. The first ones were Portuguese, then came the Dutch, then came the British, then came the French, who I think lost very easily. Not exactly very easily, but very early. And Portuguese, who came first, left last. So their reign over India, although it was on a very small portion, was very, very long. See, this is the part that generally confuses me. Whenever there is a viewer, I am confused if it's counting myself and the OBS, or is that actually a new viewer that is watching the stream. I do wish I could figure that out. Okay, anyway, I will just continue reading since there is nobody talking at the moment. Dutch East India Company reached its pinnacle in 1669. So basically, Dutch focused on black pepper and spices. Cotton, indigo, silk, rice, opium, all these things they would sell. I believe Indonesia and those regions were the colonies of Dutch. Yeah, exactly. Their presence further east, Indonesia and the whole Malay Peninsula. There's apparently a Battle of Kolashal. I have never heard of this name in my 4 or 5 years of studying history. That's funny. Dutch were defeated and struck a blow to Dutch hegemony in India. Oh, that's very impressive. Apparently, a native Indian state actually defeated the Dutch, and that's what reduced their power in India. Of course, there is Anglo-Dutch wars later struck the fatal blow, but 1741, the Battle of Kolashal, is something that can be a news. So by 1820, after the Anglo-Dutch wars, by 1825, British took over all the Dutch possessions in India, and Portuguese went over. Sorry, Dutch went over to Southeast Asia, that is Malay Peninsula, Indonesia, Malaysia, those regions. That's were taken over by the Dutch. Yeah, I think that. So what is there to remember about Dutch? They came around 1805. They established factory at regions like Machilipatnam and Kaviripatnam, I believe. Those were the two factories. They were the first in the world to create a joint stock company where you could buy the stocks and they would give you profit. Then what happened? Yeah, they actually lost a very significant war in to a native kingdom of Travancore. Battle of Kolashal 1741, and then they lost to British, and then they left India, and that was it. I don't know what the Dutch people are up to these days now. Barely heard of them. So really, Portuguese is the one that is really frequently asked. But even French had some very capable people on their hands over here. That's why they were. Dupleix was the one who really started the policy that you can support one prince against another, make them fight, and overall get the benefits. The name always makes me laugh, Mr. Dumas. Uh, this I didn't know. He actually adopted Indian style of dressing and everything just to have better relations with the locals. Apparently, Hyder Ali, who was the later the founder of Mysore kingdom, served under Mr. Dupleix. Clive is simple enough. Albuquerque was the second Portuguese Governor General. See, this person's name is something I have to remember. That is Ismail Adil Shah. Well, I should just switch over to YouTube and see if it's working. Yeah, so meanwhile, what I was doing, this is something I really have to remember because it's a repeatedly mentioned fact that Alfonso Albuquerque was the person who started the first Portuguese mint. He was issuing gold coins and silver, bronze coins. He also abolished the practice of sati. Warren Hastings is someone you can remember very easily. Warren Hastings was a very dangerous man. First Governor General of Bengal, abolished the dual system. Yeah, I know all of these things. So, again, Portuguese and Dutch. The people who came to India, that is Europeans and their factories, is another repeated theme. That is something I will have to do at some point. First factory is Masulipatam, 1605. That is something I can remember very easily. Tegepatnam in 1608, Pulikat in 1610. This is something I have to really remember. Tegepatnam, Pulikat. So Dutch basically ousted the Portuguese, but they later lost too. That battle is a name I have to really remember. Battle of Kolashal. So basically, the first factory is at Masulipatam, then it's Pulikat, then Surat, Bimlipatnam, and Chinsura. Chinsura, I believe, has been asked in some kind of question somewhere. Yeah, this is something that is. English, Dutch, French East Indies companies all maintained factories at Qasim Bazar. This Qasim Bazar is a very important location apparently. English, Dutch, French, all East India companies were there. So basically, what did Dutch do? They came in, established their first factory at Masulipatam, then they established their factory at Pulikat, then they also went to Surat, then they went to Chinsura, 1653. Then they captured Kochi from Portuguese, but Kochi was later taken from them by the British. And in 1824, I believe Dutch had to give up all their factories and everything to the British. All their colonies were taken over. With reference to the entry of European powers in India, which of the following statements is not correct? Yeah, this Portuguese capturing Goa is a repeatedly asked fact. And again, it's like these are the kind of mistakes that that can really work on your mood. Hopefully, I won't make these in the exam. But 1510, I think just over the course of the stream, I have read this at least 3 times. First factory at Surat, first factory at South in Masulipatam, Andhra coast, second at Surat. Oh, this is confusing. I believe there is some mistake here. So actually, they first came to Surat, Masulipatam. They built a temporary factory there, made a permanent one at Surat, and then they got to a point where they could take over the rest of the country. So basically, it's the Dutch factories that are a little bit difficult to remember. Masulipatam, then Pulicat, then Surat, Chinsura. See, the third question is definitely wrong. So, Fort Williams is present in modern Kochi, but that was defeated by, that was named by Portuguese, sorry, Dutch. This is a name I should know, Pedro Alvarez Cabal. He's the one who founded the first settlement in India at Kochi. Pedro Alvarez Cabral, he came to India, he established the first European factory in India at Kochi. Then it was followed by Dutch, where Dutch took over and built the Fort William. Then after war with United Provinces, Anglo-Dutch Treaty of 1814, under which yeah, okay, that takes care of all of this. Then the next is year 1613. How things have changed now. 1080p 60 seems like the low end version of a stream. It's probably not a big crazy train. It's not insanely high anymore. It's actually amazing that 1080p 60 fps was considered insanely high. That is, let's just say, a bandwidth of 3500 kbps. That is, it's considered insanely high just 10 years ago, and now it's considered mid end or low end at best. Isn't that something? Look how times change, you know. A 10-year-old Reddit thread that says 1080p 60 is just a gimmick. Everything is a gimmick until it becomes commonplace, apparently. I was just looking at the settings and I was thinking, yeah, 1080p 60 fps seems a bit behind the curve for most people now. Captain Hawkins came in first, then Sir Thomas Roe visited. Surat first, then Madras second, then Bombay 1668 and Kolkata 1690. Yeah, this is a question that I should know. I know the answer to, but I should remember the remaining forts as well. Fort St. George 1639 is the first one, and St. George is in Madras. Fort William is at Calcutta, I believe. One is 1696 by British East India Company. This is a bit confusing. Okay. Fort St. David is the town of Cuddalore 1725. And Fort St. Angelo. Francisco Almeida was the one who built the forts. Fort St. David is the latest one. I think that's the one that might come as a question again. So now we are at 2007. So the first came Portuguese, then Dutch, then English, then French. It's a question that they keep asking over and over. So Dutch States General is its parliament. Yeah, this is important. Queen Elizabeth again is the one to remember. I don't know if French actually made any profit in this whole East India trading outset that they did. Headquarter was at Pondicherry, Francois Martin. I know this. Francois Caron, and then Asmulipatnam 1669. I know that one as well. So it's not the worst. Okay, it has gotten to the point where the solving questions has been a little bit irritating now. Yeah, I think it's just 2 pages left, so I will just finish it off. Again, Jahangir, this is a question that is very often repeated. So, okay. James 1, William Hawkins. Yeah. Portuguese first took Pondicherry. After a lapse of a decade, Danish took possession of the colony in 1624, developed it. Um, so Portuguese, then Danes, then French. That is the answer. But you can just guess that English probably occupied it at a smaller portion. Then the next portion is during the first half of the 17th century. What is the 17th century, 1600 to 1650, right? So which of the following factories were located? The trigonometry is something you can actually eliminate and get to a 50-50. Usually the answer would be expected to be A, but this time the answer was given B, but this time the answer was given as A. These factories are something you really have to do very carefully. I think they have given a very thorough research document of this thing. That works. I'm not quite sure who is giving me so many alerts. Oh, Fuzzy Sakamoto, welcome back. How have you been? I'm not doing biotechnology today. As you can see, it's modern Indian history time. Usually, when you show up, somehow I'm doing biotechnology every time, right? I'm doing fine. How are you? It's good to hear. How's the prep going? I'm guessing the prep and the exam is far away for you at the moment, right? It's 2 years left. Yeah, yeah, it is. I think that's a common feeling for almost all the students that I know. At least in the so many years, I have seen only 2 or 3 people who are actually ahead of their schedule. I forgot, by the way, were you from Kerala or some other state? Oh, sorry. There's some other person showed up from Kerala today, and I remember there is one more viewer who is from Kerala. That's why. And yeah, we talked about being from Maharashtra and all of that. Yeah, I just forgot. You are also naming all the districts. I actually remember all of that. Somehow it just slipped my mind. Yeah, I can scroll up and show you. Yeah, this person is somewhere from. No, this guy is from Vietnam. Yeah, a lot of viewers, especially because the names are very weird, right? You get them all mixed up. You know, you should be able to answer some of these questions because you are probably fresh off your 10th, and all the modern Indian history questions should be very easy for you. Like the most important viceroy of. No, I'm talking about the British expansion in India and such. For example, if I asked you like the who the most important viceroy of Portuguese was, could you answer it? I'll give you a hint. His name is he's one of the most famous varieties of mango in India is named after him. Since it's mango season, it should be very easy. Should I tell you the answer or are you not interested anymore? Because history is now done, right? In 11th, 12th, there is no history. Yeah, it's Alfonso, yes. Alfonso Albuquerque. I believe the mango variety is named after him. He loved the mango. Alfonso Albuquerque. I actually just ate Alfonso mango yesterday. That's why it just stuck in my head. Yeah, he. That's actually where all the Europeans' conquest of India started. He came over, took over Goa from the local rulers. Adil Shahi dynasty, you have probably heard of that one, since we are from Maharashtra. Then came the Dutch, then came British, then came French, and India was taken over by a lot of powers. Yeah, it's old. But funny part is we actually go through the 7th, 8th, 9th textbooks again just for this exam. Because in terms of history, a lot of basic facts are asked from those books. I think, are you from CBSE or a state board? Because CBSE world history is taught in 10th, if I recall correctly. Yeah, yeah. Then you had the whole world history portion for you, right? Yep. I actually saw through the textbook. It didn't look all that good in terms of just their coverage and such. So I didn't really use the 9th, 10th textbooks. But the 7th, 8th, 9th ones actually had reasonable coverage. I don't know if your class teachers told you that, but the old NCRTs actually had a much better coverage in terms of their concepts, their explanation. Somehow the new NCRTs fell short in that regard. But they do list several facts. Now the NCRTs got revised again to focus less on the Mughals and more on the history of India, that is, local rulers and such. Yeah, yeah. I heard there was a lot of controversy on that. I don't know if they cut a lot of the history. They actually cut the portions that detailed a lot about Mughals. Because there are a lot of complaints that Indian history is just taught through the lens of Mughals and British, and it doesn't really cover any of the southern states. And maybe they are trying to reframe the whole syllabus that way. I was in Bangalore for a couple of months, and just the local people, that is, old people there, told me they had no idea who Maratha Empire was ruled by. They had no idea it even existed. I think that should be covered in textbooks, right? We were discussing about Chava. I don't know if you have seen the movie. Yeah, apparently it's good. I have read the novel. That was Kyau. Welcome back. We have another Indian today in the chat. I think this is the first time we are meeting an Indian. He's my fellow statesman. Yeah, I was just talking about you two today itself. I think Fuzzy Sakamoto is also preparing for JEE. Hokyao is currently looking at schools. He's just passing his 10th. So a lot of kids from your, not exactly kids now, but still people from your age group are coming in the chat. stream is populated by three kinds of people. One is bots, other is Indians, and the third is just insomniac people from USA. I'm just too old to stream. Partly true. I am streaming something useful, right? Yeah. That's the fate of every Indian on the planet. You did take PCM. Nice. Personally, I never liked biology. I like knowing about a lot of things that actually go on in your body, but those common names and scientific names, the whole systems, that really bored me. Yeah, basically. I think that's a little unfortunate because once you're out of your PCM days, that is, once you're done being an engineer, you realize commerce actually has some real options there. Especially if you go into the CA business or everything, if you're even remotely successful financially, then you're going to need a CA to manage all those financial affairs. So CA is as bright of a career as any of them. Yeah, yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult in the sense you have to understand the tax laws from inside out. You need to know them very well. Otherwise, you could immediately land up in jail. You can go to jail, your client can go to jail, and then your life is just over. You can make a mistake in a lot of things, but not in paying your taxes. Government really does not like it when you mess up in that regard. Yeah, probably. If you want to get out, then joining somewhere outside for masters is good. Germany, that's specific. Why? Ah, that's just unfortunate. NDA has a lot of requirement. There is a height requirement. There is color. Then you also need just generally 6 by 6 vision, I think. Do they? I think when it comes to officer level, the acceptance rate is actually low. Like you can get in at a lower level, but higher levels are difficult to get into. earlier I wasn't really paying attention to the posts like NDA and such, but since I have started preparing for the civil services, I am beginning to realize that those are a really valid option. Not quite sure if either of you are still in the chat, but I'm just going to continue reading until you say something. Or I can just rattle on about different careers. Because I do have a friend who is a lawyer. He's making absolute bank in terms of money. I did not quite expect lawyers would get paid that much. All right. From my side, I have actually done the thing that I set out to do today, that is complete this first portion of modern history. So I am happy about that. Didn't really complete what I set out to do during over the weekend, so I was a little bit down. Now I feel a lot better. I can now safely close the stream, relax, do something else for a change. Maybe tomorrow it will be a more productive day in terms of just covering current affairs and such. Finally finish that biotech portion. Hopefully before Fuzzy Sakamoto shows up. And then I can try something else. Let's just say some CSAT, some aptitude tests. Yeah, I also have to get my center changed. A lot of things to be done. But anyway, seems like we are back. The laptop is back. It has been fixed. So far it is working good. Hasn't crashed. There is no problem. So I hope it stays that way. Literally touch wood. It would be really awful if it started crashing right before the exam. Yeah, my father was also in the government, so I always had that tilt towards civil services, and it's just that wanted to do something for the society when I started out, but right now it's just the job security and everything, because you don't really get fired. The position is good, the power is good, the life is good. What more do you exactly want from a job, you know? The pay is not all that good, but for pay you can do things in terms of private, like some kind of investment or something like that. I know a lot of people are making money through corruption. That's really not my goal personally. No, I really don't want that kind of stress in my life. Constantly just living under the threat of ACB. I have no inclination towards gaining money that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about it. Actually, my father himself was in the government, right? And he says I can just sleep in peace now because I didn't do corruption in those early days. I mean, he can't sleep in peace because you still have to worry about someone pinning the blame on you, right? They will do corruption and they'll just blame it on an honest officer who would go to jail. So that's the only thing you have to worry about. But other than that, I'd just be happy to do the work, live a more peaceful life, and that's it. In terms of finances, I'm reasonably set. Like, I can't really buy very expensive cars and such, but that's it. That's fine. Well, I actually told you, right? That's not the only thing I'm looking for. I'm not looking to just be a social worker. If I actually clear civil services, that gives me the prestige, it gives me sufficient money, it gives me power if I really need that in my life. All those things are good for you. I personally believe it's good. And you also do social work, right? If you do your job, you feel good that you actually contributed to development. It's like in all around, it's the best package that I can think of. Yeah. Yeah, private job you can get a lot of money, but you will never have the kind of power you will get in civil services. If power is really what drives you, then that's where you go. That's the problem with social services, right? You have to be really financially set. You have to be. Yeah, but a politician is a very different kind of field. You have to go and ask for votes every 5 years for the first thing. You have to lie a lot, the second thing. And again, it's not a permanent job you get. There is no job security over there. For me, it's just cracking an exam and getting the job is a lot more important than going and getting votes. I don't know how much attention you paid in civics, but yeah, politicians' power is very temporary. You remind me of this for some reason, just the way you wrote the post. And I should rewatch Star Wars sometimes. I kind of miss watching it. Yeah, you definitely do. Again, if you want to do corruption, then you can make a lot of money through it. That's not my area of interest again. You are actually right regarding that in terms of, let's just say, just if you look at power and how much difference you make, there is no civil servants that's going to be as close to the prime minister or even a chief minister. They just have a lot of power, but higher peak but lower time frame. And again, the whole mode is not, you're not getting it through an exam, you're not getting it through some kind of contest. You get it through votes. Yeah, I'm basically going to answer the way I have to you, but it's just framed a little bit more intelligently than I did. I can show that I have example at home that has done all these things. My father actually did a lot of good work. Even today, farmers come and visit him, talk to him regarding how much difference his work has made, and that's very inspiring for me personally. That is something I can tell in an interview, right? It's not a lie. I can say it very confidently. It's a good enough reason. And if they do ask whether it's power I'm looking for, then I can be honest about that. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to have power. It's how you use that power that makes a difference. My father was actually in the irrigation department. He was a superintending engineer. You're from Maharashtra, right? So you should know the whole background of 1970s, where there were a lot of droughts. People were dying without water. That's when he grew up and he decided to work into irrigation department. You don't know where superintending engineer lies? It's a step below chief engineer, but a step above executive engineer. But I don't really know how to give you a sense of scale there. Anyway, I think I should go and have dinner now, relax a bit, do something else, and go to sleep quickly. I have been trying to fix my sleep schedule for a bit, and usually I stay up after 9, then I wake up at 4:30 and I feel very sleepy. That's not a positive thing to have. As you repeatedly point out to me, I am getting old. 30 is not, you start dropping in energy. So just to have that nice schedule is would be a very good change. Yeah, I wake up around 4:30 to 5, sometimes up to 5:30. Just because I want to work out, I want to go for a walk, I want to do some meditation and such before the quiz and everything starts at 7. So if I want to get that done, I want to have to wake up early. Yeah, it's not exactly gym, more like a home gym at this point. Yeah, I was just saying, not exactly gym, but just basic workouts of the day. If you actually go to my YouTube channel, I take a good look of every day whether I did exercise or not, all those things. It's just I give a score out of 10, and let me show you. You might find it interesting. Yeah, apparently I cannot because I don't have Excel on this laptop. I just got it uh, with the Windows reinstalled, and the Excel, PowerPoint, all those things are not open. I guess I have to go and get that fixed today. Another work. But yeah, generally I score the day out of 10, out of 100 actually. Just 10 categories: if you worked out, if you did meditation, if you studied well, you gave the quiz well, all those things. Yeah, yeah. I'm just going to have dinner because I sleep early, right? So I have dinner early. You enjoy your cha. You're going to. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I thought they were two separate things, like chaha and drink, like chaha and samosa. I have heard chaha and biscuits. I have heard, but chaha and drink is a new combination. Then I realized you were in 10th standard, so you're probably not making a drink. At least I hope you are not making a drink. But you enjoy your tea. I will see you tomorrow, day after tomorrow, whenever you decide to show up. Yeah, 10th, 11th, but at least it's still too early to start making drinks. So I would say definitely. But I did have some friends who started at that time, but it's quite early in my opinion. Anyway, I should close the stream now. It's 6:30. Maybe I will consider streaming a little bit more in the evening or maybe I will just study offline. That also works. Yeah. See you later. Keep studying. All the best with your JE if you don't show up for some reason later.